Good morning, councillors. It is hereby notified that the continuation of the 19th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality will be held on Wednesday, the 20th of March 2024 at 10 a.m. at the Constance, Conny, Bapela Council Chamber in Braamfontein. And the first item of the agenda is opening.
Thank you. Thank you. To the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Kabelo Kwamanda. To the Whip of Council, Councillor N.G. Zungu, Chair of Chairs. In absentia, Councillor Phillips. All political party leaders and whips, and the Section 79 chairpersons, fellow councillors, City Manager Mr. Floyd Brink, Acting Secretary to Council Mr. Andile Kobinka, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media present, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the continuation of the 19th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. Councillors, it's 10 o'clock, but at this point, I'm going to ask legal to confirm the number of councillors present as to confirm a quorum. I'm going to give 5 minutes, but the 5 minutes doesn't mean we have to leave our seats. The 5 minutes means that we stay inside and wait for others to enter so that we get the quorum. The meeting is for 10 o'clock, not 10:05, not 10:15. The leader of the DA.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I was just going to ask that you give us a few minutes so we can also, just a few minutes, maybe 10 minutes caucus, so we can just also see which of our councillors are here. Thanks.
Yeah, no, you can have the 10 minutes.
Thanks.
So it will be 15 minutes, and then we all should be back in the chamber. Because there's a few things that I need to address that's very urgent of ill discipline of councillors. We're back at 10:15. As a result, we do correct and the meeting will continue. Next item. Before we go to the next item, I would seriously want to address something that is not, it's not as nice to address, but we have to. When we call a council meeting, we send out the notice for council, but we also send messages to all councillors with two things. One, we address the issue of there being no breakfast, and we also address the issue of security. And we know what has happened with security. We've had the issue of our chief whip being shot at, and we also have councillors that have complained that they are not safe. I know there are 2 DA councillors that cannot move anywhere because they are not safe. They are being threatened by people that can shoot them at any time. I also know that the councillors from Westbury and the councillors from El Dorado Park don't feel safe because they have the very same threat on their lives, and we have tried to ensure that the council precinct is safe. We have also ensured that we are unable to have everybody parked at the Metro Center. You are then parked at Sappi Building, and there are shuttles that bring you here. This morning, I've had council affairs approaching me that there are councillors that have threatened the securities. There are councillors that says, we are defying you, we are going to drive over you. I'm a councillor. There are councillors that had spoken very harshly to the security, and security wanted to withdraw. Now my problem is, if security withdraws and anything happens to anybody, the speaker would be held liable. And I don't want to have blood on my hands. I don't want to have anybody's death or anybody being shot at or anybody being, whatever happens. So I'm asking that we are disciplined. I'm asking that we obey, and that's all of us. That we obey, and if there are rules that are made, let us obey the rules. And I just want to leave it there because I know there are councillors that are in danger. So can we please adhere to any rules that are made? If you are not happy with the rules, then you come to us and you tell us. I thank you. We'll go to the next item.
Good morning, councillors. We proceed with application for leave of absence.
Thank you, Secretary. I've received the following apologies. The Chair of Chairs, Councillor Phillips, due to ill health. Councillor Nontenja, due to ill health. And I would take hands with further apologies. Councillor Morema, Councillor De Lange, Councillor Avante Smith, Councillor Mabaso, Councillor Rafferty, and Councillor Raserute, in that fashion. Can we start with Councillor Morema?
Now, thank you very much, Speaker. I would love to submit the following apologies. Councillor David Mudupi, family bereavement. Councillor Mongameli Mnyamini, private business. Councillor Moeti, ill health. Councillor Nchabeni will arrive late. Councillor Simpiwe Simelane will arrive late. Councillor Mbengwa will arrive late. Councillor Nguse, family responsibility. Councillor Ngema asking to leave at 2 if we're not done by then. Councillor Pamotsi, his son was involved in an accident, so he won't be in today. Councillor Ndlela, Councillor Mtlari, Councillor Magwaza, Councillor Make, Councillor Mabona, Councillor Supe, Councillor Mabuke, Councillor Mputulo would request to leave at 12 o'clock to visit Councillor Yoliswa Twala, who just lost her son. Councillor Zix Mate will arrive around 11:30. Councillor Brenda Dame has a doctor's appointment, won't be with us today. And Councillor Rapadu would request to leave if we're not done latest around 2. And Councillor Mnisi, MMC Mnisi, around 1 o'clock, she requests to leave if we're not done. Councillor Squailer, Council Business, Councillor MMC Mtrina will arrive late. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just for second day, Councillor Paul Smith is still in bed with ill health. And just to assist you, if you can, the Secretary can please remove him as a speaker from the following items. Item 35 to item 37, item 41, and motion 2. And please note our speaker on the urgent debate as per the agenda today that I submitted. Thank you.
Who followed? Yes, can you just follow in that fashion?
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Speaker. We have quite a few of our councillors with ward-related service issues, mainly the water issues at the moment, that are not going to attend today. Councillor Seko, Councillor Chame, Councillor Landers, Councillor De Rocha, Councillor Masera, Councillor Kukamur, Councillor Sherman, Councillor Coogan is off with ill health, Councillor Stewart, Councillor Molisani, Councillor Shackelford, Councillor Benjamin, Councillor Finn, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Roberts, Councillor Hoon, Councillor Sun is away on private business. Councillor Sifumba has unfortunately had a bereavement in her family. Councillor Nimant, Councillor Wax, Councillor Ahmad because of ill health. Councillor Trulak getting over an operation. Councillor Depe and Councillor Papo. Late arrivals will be Councillor Murray and a request for the caucus to leave by 4 p.m. if we are not finished, please. Thank you. Due to service issues, we inundated in our wards at the moment. Thank you.
Councillor Mabaso, I've noted you and Councillor Morema.
No, thank you very much, Speaker, and greetings to all the colleagues. Speaker, I would like to forward the apology of Councillor Makuba. She has an age and family commitment, and that if we are not done by 4, the IFP caucus will request to leave for a constituency meeting.
Who did I recognize after Councillor Rafferty and then Councillor Raserute?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and greetings to all councillors, residents in the gallery. Just an apology for Councillor Dwayne Ponsonby, family bereavement, and Councillor Kenny Kunene on party business. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, Speaker.
Okay.
As the EFF would like to forward the following apologies. Councillor Chwaku, organizational deployment. Councillor Mokhabi, organizational deployment. Councillor Ntoele, sick leave. Councillor Rasurute would like to leave at 1 p.m. if we are not yet done. Councillor Moebi as well would like to leave at 1 p.m. if we are not done by then. Thank you.
Councillor Harris, then Councillor Morema, and then Councillor Green.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and councillors. Can you please excuse Councillor Mkonza at 2 o'clock if we're not done? Thank you.
Councillor Morema.
No, man, thank you very much, Speaker. I forgot to raise the apology for the following councillors. Councillor Puseletso Nzimande, Councillor Hlachwayo, and Councillor Vela Pitefo, it's writing a test. But I also want to make some corrections, because I've realized that majority of those councillors that are going to visit the other colleague who is a councillor will do so after work, after we're done with business of day. And I'm saying that because I'm realizing that the quorum might be compromised. So it would be then best, in the best of the interest of the council and the residents, that we do our work first, and then we do the visit at a later stage. But I want you to register an apology for Councillor Nzimande on the basis that she has a land inversion as we speak. So things, when you're a councillor and you're not around, things might tend to get out of hand. At some point in time during the day, we might have to allow her to assess the situation and leave. So if she leaves, I want the council to register the apology. But those who are going for visits that I've mentioned for 12 would rather, for the sake of quorum, so that quorum doesn't get compromised, we would rather then say to them the apology is withdrawn on the basis of that after work, which I believe that we're not going to waste too much time today. They will then be able to be afforded an opportunity to go visit. So that apology is withdrawn officially. Thank you.
Councillor Green.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Liebenberg, Ill Health, Councillor Wissler, Councillor Bini, and Councillor Mabunda for party business, Jay Nudin for ill health, Councillor More, late arrival, Councillor Shumba, late arrival, and Councillor Masoho, ill health. Thank you.
Councillor Nkonko, and then Councillor Mhlongo will follow.
Ke ne ke kopela mo gona mme gore ka ura ya bongwe ga ile gore ga ra hitsa kopa go tsamaya ke ile go ira mmereko wa politiki wa party ya me ke leboga.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to register my apology. If we are not done by 1 o'clock, may I be excused for the party work. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Can we approve the apologies as submitted? Well, the House is silent. Councillor.
Madam Speaker, please can we look at the aircon, please? It's very hot. Please.
Okay. We're sorting it out, Councillor. Are the apologies noted? There's a laptop hanging in the air. I'm not sure. Okay, thanks. The apologies are approved.
Councillors, we resume with quarterly reports, and we are on item 30.
Apologies, Councillor Masuku, MMC Masuku.
Morning, Madam Speaker and fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, we just want to inform council that we have a replacement item on item 40. We made an error and did not attach the one that has the inputs of the section 79. So you will see that page 40.6 is the replacement item only. It's the report on the approval of protection of security and VIP policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC, I think we've all noted that. Thank you.
We proceed with item 30, which is performance assessment report for the Transport Department for the 2023-24 financial year for the period October to December 2023, read together with item 31. And that's your performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Roads Agency for the 2023-24 financial year for the period October to December 2023, also read together with item 32, which is a performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Metropolitan Bus Services for the 2023-24 financial year for the period October to December 2023. And lastly, read with item 33, which is an oversight report of the Transport Section 79 Committee on the second quarter performance assessment report of the Transport Department, Metro Bus and Johannesburg Road Agency for the period October to December.
Thank you, Secretary. Chairperson Ndlela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, esteemed members of Council, and distinguished guests, I extend warm greetings to you all as we convene today. Madam Speaker, I am hereby to present to Council the second quarter oversight report of the Transport Department, Metro Bus, and Johannesburg Road Agency. Madam Speaker, before I commence with my presentation on performance assessment, I would like to inform this Council that the MTC officials did not provide any prior notice on their absence from the Section 79 Transport Committee meeting that was held on the 12th of March 2024 on the second quarter in order to provide the committee with the explanation and responses on their quarterly performance. Their oversight report, therefore, on second quarter was postponed until the following Section 79 committee meet. Madam Speaker, on item 30 on the Department of Transport 2023-2024 performance assessment on challenges and highlights, the department focused on completing ongoing projects and programs with a significant step forward towards prioritizing RIA via Phase 1CA and GITI. Challenges included Piotrans being put under business rescue and issue with BOC, such as business adherence and scheduling. The AFC procurement and implementation were advanced through MTC, aiming to enhance the fare collection system. On the technical performance, Madam Speaker, the department achieved 10 out of 15 key performance indicators with a 67% success rate. Notable achievement includes the progress in RIA via infrastructure, small public transport facilities construction, and road safety outreach programs. Challenges were faced in the meeting targets for RIA via public transport services and the integrated corridor management plan. On financial performance, Madam Speaker, the capital expenditure budget for 2023-24 financial year was 535.7 million with no spending during the reviewed period. Operating expenditure, Madam Speaker, budget was 2.8 billion with 789.7 million spent to date, as approximately 28.7% of the total budget. On the performance against service standards, Madam Speaker, the JRA received 100% against 21 targets for performance against service standards. Achievement includes repairing potholes, replacing missing manholes covers, and repairing faulty traffic signs. Notably, performance resolving faults and signalized intersection and conducting road safety investigations. On mobility and freight, achievement included resolving technical faults and signalized intersection, promptly revising traffic signal timing and intersections, and conducting road safety investigations. Challenges included theft and vandalism of signal infrastructure, indicating a need for enhanced security measures. JR reported a capex of 397.8 million for the quarter, representing 46% of the revised capex budget. On operating expenditure exceeded income by 14,921 million at the end of the second quarter. Irregular expenditure increased from 417.7 million to 567.1 million, indicating an ongoing financial challenges. On Metrobus, Madam Speaker, challenges and highlights. Metrobus faced challenges including budget induction leading to deficit cash flow, issues, underperformance in capex
10
expenditure.
seconds, Chair.
Hey, Madam Speaker. Overall, Madam Speaker, while Metrobus made progress in various areas of service delivery and technology implementation, financial challenges and operational inefficiencies remain significant, or concern that the need to be addressed for sustainable performance and improved service delivery. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Crichton. Councillor Crichton.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I hereby rise to speak on item 30, which pertains to the Transport Department's performance in quarter 2. The Democratic Alliance notes this report with the greatest amount of concern. Probably the most glaring concern is the fact that Payatrans, one of the bus operating companies, went under business rescue, which according to the report was due to its failure to meet its contractual obligations in terms of adhering to the number of buses and bus scheduling times, amongst other issues. However, the DA believes that the failure to pay its creditors also played a role in this. This had a devastating impact on the city's commuters that rely on this bus service, as the commuter experience is becoming less than satisfactory. The customer standards are declining, and as a result, the passenger numbers are dropping. It has since come to light that a KwaZulu-Natal taxi tycoon by the name of Mr. Mandla Kikaba, who is apparently also former President Zuma's nephew, has supposedly come to Payatrans' rescue. The DA questions what led to this deal with Mr. Kikaba and how was it determined to be the most suitable person to rescue this beleaguered company. As the DA, we also have to ask if the original taxi owners, the original shareholders that initially formed the bus operating company, are now being driven out of this agreement. There are allegations that Mr. Kikaba has an arrangement that includes a 6-year lease. Can the MMC confirm this? This has been able to happen under the watchful eye of the ANC-EFF Doomsday Coalition. The DA notes this report with the greatest amount of concerns. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kanyile from the IFP.
Morning, Speaker. Greetings to our caucus leader, Councillor Mabaso. Greetings to Executive Mayor. I'm rise to speak on the item 30, the transport. Speaker, as we are gathering to review the quarter performance of the Transport Department to the City of Johannesburg, it is essential to recognize the important role of the transportation plays role in our city economy empowerment. Every effort we make in our improving our transport system contribute to addressing the legacy of the spatial planning. First and foremost, Speaker, I commend the Transport Department for their effort they do so far. However, it is crucial to address the area where the improvement is needed. Out of the 15 KPIs set for the department, 5 were not achieved. One of the evident shortfall is a provision for our public transport through the Ria Vara service, where the department fell short of a shortfall of 2.6. This shortfall is alarming and needs urgent attention. Speaker, in addition, the lack of the spending of the capital expenditure project is concerning us in the IFP. Despite the budget, all over 500 million allocated for more than 30 capex projects, not a single cent has been spent so far. Projects like a redevelopment of the Kazeni Newton extension in Region F and the BRT Phase 1C remain stagnant. This delayed the fulfillment of the promises that we made to our people in the city of Johannesburg. Furthermore, Speaker, it is also concerning that the lower representation of our female executive in the department is concerning the transport department. That must be implemented, the strategy that attract, they promote more female and the high level position. In including, while you are acknowledging the progress made by the transport department, where the significant area of the concern, that must be address the problems of the department. In the implementation strategy, that we must make sure that we frustrate the process to make sure that whatever you are promising the people on the ground, we must see the problem. Speaker, in my conclusion, our city continues to prosper through the efficient and including the transport system. That must be taken into consideration. Before I sit down, Speaker, I can just want to say to the grandson of the Oliver Tambo. Okay, let me sit down because I can say something. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van der Merwe.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair of Transport, fellow councillors and guests. I rise to speak on the second quarter, report 2023-2024 for Metrobus. Madam Speaker, I'm going to briefly quote from the quarterly reports, if I may. Madam Speaker, I urge you to listen to this quote. During the period under review, a stationary bus was stolen by a vagrant. End quote. Now, it goes on to state that we recovered the bus because we have this intelligent transport system, blah, 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 costing us millions per month. I have a 156 Rand tracker system that does the same. Madam Speaker, the real question is, how does a vagrant steal a bus when we're spending 9.8 million Rand over the 3-month period, where the budget, wait for it, the budget was 165,000 Rand. We're overspending 60-fold on security, and we still can't stop vagrants from stealing our buses. Madam Speaker, with this type of oversight and these types of control measures in place at Metrobus, it's not surprising that we started off the quarter insolvent, we ended up even more insolvent, we went down a further 125 million in the 3 months under the review. At this rate, Metrobus is dragging the city down 500 million Rand a year. Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance notes this disastrous performance report. I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor T. Doyle from the PA.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, councillors. PA notes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Atterbury from Action SA.
Honourable Madam Speaker, residents of the former world-class city Johannesburg, Action SA's Fabulous 44, fellow servants in this House. The performance assessment reports for the Transport Department and its entities read a bit like the typical fairy tale answers of MMC Kunene when questioned during a Section 79 committee meeting. There's this hero and his platoon of soldiers with wonderful promises of how they're going to save the city. Rich and poor alike are waiting for this hero to save the day. But alas, there are too many dragons in his way. He simply cannot deliver on his promises. His story sounds so beautiful that one wants to root for this hero and his soldiers. Goodness, one almost feels sorry for them. But one must caution not to. Because, Madam Speaker, we are not living in a made-up city. This is not a fairy tale. The MMC is no hero, and he's definitely not allowed to hide behind dragons as an excuse for poor performance. The truth of the matter, Madam Speaker, is that the Transport Department is in a dire strait. Metrobus is so deep in a heap of garbage that not even Pick It Up will be able to dig them out. And JRA? What can one say about an entity whose ethics are lacking so much that they had to give their employees training on how to be ethical and guard against fraud and corruption? Surely being ethical should come naturally to all of us. But at least it's a step in the right direction by MF and GFIS, a step that Action SA, whose policies speak to good governance, ethical leadership, and the importance of keeping the rule of law sincerely welcomes. One of Action SA's key values remain our belief that residents are our customers and that they have the right to quality and reliable services. We believe in a government that prides itself in service excellence. Madam Speaker, when I look at the report from JRA, I only feel shame. Road resurfacing, underachievement. Stormwater drainage, underachievement. A huge financial loss to the residents of Eagle and Partridge Streets in Horizon, whose houses got flooded again. They are claiming from the city, by the way, because of this. Our municipality knew of this pending disaster and saw it fit to allow it to happen. 5,856 potholes repaired, while thousands still remain, not to mention the line of sinkholes on De Toy Street, less than a kilometre from the disastrous Kilburn Bridge. 1,738 KIs cleaned. Unfortunately, Eagle, Partridge, and Maton Streets did not form part of these. Let's just keep on flooding these houses. Madam Speaker, I can hear the MMC's response already. Budget cuts, cash flow issues, we don't have the budget to meet our targets in this department. While this is very true and deeply concerning that the Bostic Alliance do not consider service delivery to their residents a priority, one fact remains. The JRA's #1 underachievement is good governance. In as much as they claim solvency and a healthy financial position, their very own report states otherwise. Over 500 million on irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, nearly 600 million in the debtors book, and on top of that, JRA was not even tax compliant. The truth is, Madam Speaker, that the JRA is crying for more money, yet they can't even manage the little they have. Madam Speaker, although my comments are reserved mainly for JRA, Action SA notes the reports from Transport, JRA and Metrobus with concerns.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm not sure if I'm going to pronounce the surname right. Councillor Krish.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 31. It comes as no surprise that the JRA continues to keep its head just above water. The maintenance backlog is obvious to everyone, with our roads plagued with potholes, broken cars, and broken ARMCA barriers. The decay is evident as you drive along the M1 from Soweto towards Greyson. Our road resurfacing backlog is in a crisis. The few PR exercises we've seen to restore the damaged road network won't be able to meet the ever-decaying road network. Joburg used to be great. As one of the world's largest inland cities, it looks like one of the most run down, and the legacy that we hear about of tarring Soweto is in chronic jeopardy. Areas include the many dysfunctional traffic signals, broken and vandalized battery backup boxes, overgrown curbs, etc. Provision for 86 million rand in bad debts is alarming, especially with the lack of funding to restore roads damaged by illegal mining and aging stormwater system. By its admission, the JRA states in the report that it needs more funds due to a 100 million rand cut in funding for road servicing. How are we going to do this? Bridges citywide are an issue of their own right, with 68 bridges either unusable or at risk of collapse. Let's be honest for ourselves. The residents of Johannesburg, this is a problem. What in this report is a report of failure. The JRA report is a Polaroid snapshot of how an entity barely survives on 1.4 billion rand and how it tries to reframe it as progress. The IO reports that the sixth CEO of JRA in 6 years has been paid out 2 million rand because of a illegal dismissal.
35 seconds, Councillor.
Not only that, we are now discovering on X, formerly known as Twitter, that the current acting JRA CEO's qualifications aren't even recognized by WITS. So we're looking forward to the next Section 79 debate. It's time for the JRA to get its ship together. The Democratic Alliance notes the JRA uses a remote monitoring system, although we'd love to see that it actually exists. We acknowledge the report, same problems, different quarter.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lesilo from the EFF. Councillor Chris.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Ke go leboga, Speaker. I rise on item 30, 31, 32, and 33. Revolutionary greeting to our caucus leaders, Bapela Wagaras Rute, EFF Chief Whip, Tabisa Wagamugapi, EFF MMC of Health and Social Development, Ramadi Meja Enima Kafula, and MMC of Public Safety, Dr. Mqini Chwaku, and all 29 battalions of the mighty economic freedom fighters, not forgetting the resident of City of Johannesburg. Speaker, in the period of 5 out of 15 KPIs have not been met, which translated to 67 achievements. Some of the challenges are decline in passenger numbers due to unreliability of Rea Vaya, the lack of reliability, quality, efficient of the bus service to our residents is caused by the city not paying bus service company on time. Despite the inadequate budget allocation that has led to JRA agency, JRA not achieving some of the objectives, this department has done exceptionally well in making sure that our people are safe on the road when they travel to go to fend to their loved ones. One of the biggest enemy of progress in this department seems to be load shedding, but has never stopped the work from being done because of the department is actively installing backup power on the third parties. Despite these challenges, it is important to note that these bus services continue to provide safe and fatalities from the service. One of the biggest challenges that is affecting this department's progress is reduced revenue collections. Due to these challenges as a result of declining conditions, which are contributing to the increase of unemployment and less traveling. As the EFF, we therefore note this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson, DA.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, guests, all protocols observed. I rise to speak on the second quarter report. As mentioned by MIC, it was with concern that we noticed the underperformance of MTC. Last month in our meeting, they did not submit a report, and for this quarterly report, they submitted, but there was no one to answer any questions. It's really concerning. While there are challenges in its governance and other areas in the quarterly report, we as the DA will hold the management of MTC accountable for its actions and decisions. We believe that not only should people be held to account, but that consequence management be employed should the challenges continue. The essence of the report changes very little from quarter to quarter, and it becomes harder to ascertain true progress made in MTC, if any. Revenue collection has been dismal, and this has negatively impacted the cash flow of the entity and the ability to maintain the aging infrastructure. Issues in supply chain management persist and has led to UIFWs and the inability to pay SMMEs within 90 days. We also need to hold the board to account for the lack of progress within MTC. The board members have an obligation to guide MTC through the rough waters it is experiencing. When each person plays his or her part in the entity, we will begin to see better results. The DA notes this lack of progress and urgency by MTC to progress. There seems to be no plan to get them out of this mess. We as the DA have a plan to rescue South Africa. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. Councillor Marke from the ANC. Hope I pronounced it right.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me greet you, Madam Speaker, Mayor of Jozi, Councillor Kwame, Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, Grootman ya rona ya Jozi, Caucus Leader, MMC Dadamrero, hardworking MMCs, beautiful and handsome councillors of the oldest liberation movement, fellow councillors, Badudi ba Jozi ba batle ba ratang African National Congress. Madam Speaker, I'm rising to speak on item 30, 31, 32, and 33. Madam Speaker, there was no need to debate these items. It's indeed a great report. It's clear indication, Madam Speaker, that our committee is led by a capable chairperson Ndlela. As the ANC, Madam Speaker, we are noting this beautiful report. Bayarangi, Speaker.
MMC Leach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, the Speaker of Council, City Manager, the Chief Whip of Council, all chairpersons of Section 79 committees, all MMCs and fellow councillors present. On behalf of the MMC of Roads and Transport, MMC Kenny Kunene, I note all the inputs, the comments and submissions made, including the concerns raised by the councillor, and will relate the same to the MMC. I ask that the report please be noted. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Chairperson Ndlela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Section 79 committee, the support staff for their dedication and commitment on serving the citizen of Johannesburg. So on behalf of the committee, I will request the council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendations are on page 30.2, 31.11, 32.5, and 33.20 are the items agreed to. Thank you.
We are on item 34. That's second quarterly report on the oversight activities of the Petition Standing Committee for the period October to December 2023.
Chair Mabuke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Executive Mayor and his cabinet, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, Chairs of Committee, fellow councillors, officials of the city, residents of Johannesburg, Aushane. As the chair of Section 79 Petition Standing Committee, I hereby table item 34, the second quarter activity report of the Section 79 Petition Standing Committee. Madam Speaker, the report is a record of committee activities in the said period, October to December 2023. It contains 24 new petitions from the 9th Ordinary Committee meeting and the 10th Ordinary Committee meeting held on the 13th of October and 23rd of November 2023. Madam Speaker, it is concerning that the committee only managed to close 5 petitions in that quarter. That was because of the non-submission of reports by most departments. The item, however, is for noting by Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor D. Steenkamp.
Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, residents of Joburg, the people of Johannesburg demand accountability, transparency, effectiveness from their government. The DA approach is consistent and determined, as demonstrated by our hard-hitting questions aimed at holding the ANC EFF PA government accountable on urgent matters such as water shedding crisis, the exploding roads, and frequent power outages. Today, my focus is on the second quarter report on the oversight activities of the Petition Standing Committee for the period of October to December 2023. This report well outlines efforts of the committee to address the petitions of our residents. With 20 new petitions received and 5 resolved, it also exposes the systemic challenges that cripple our ability to serve the people effectively and efficiently. These challenges include the non-submission of duly signed reports and closure forms, a growing backlog of petitions, and a distressing trend of non-attendance at petition committee meetings by some officials. The current ANC and EFF and PA administration's approach is a mere candle in a rolling blackout. Focusing merely on this quarter report without addressing the underlying issues will unavoidably lead us down a spiral of inefficiency and growing discontent among our residents, much like relying on a temporary flicker of light while ignoring the need for a permanent fix to the power supply. The Democratic Alliance believes in a proactive and comprehensive approach to governance. It is not to close an average of 5 petitions per quarter when we receive an average around 20. At this rate, we will never clear the backlog. The DA's call for a full master report of all open outstanding petitions was met with delay, and it was only after persistent demands we received it in March. Upon reviewing over 1,141 petitions across various departments, it became notably apparent that there is a significant gap in record keeping, with the majority of departments only reporting back to 2016, and a blatant omission such as petition P147/02/14. This begs the question, why is there missing information? Why is there a lack of comprehensive reporting? The residents of our city, like submitted by Linda, have little faith in a system where petitions take years to conclude, or worse, get lost in the administrative 404 not found. To the ANC, EFF, and PA government, I say this: accountability is not optional. It is the cornerstone of our democracy. The people of Johannesburg deserve better. They deserve a government that will not only listen, but acts with urgency and transparency. The Democratic Alliance stands ready to rescue Gauteng and South Africa. We can provide solutions to streamlined processes and to ensure that each voice, like a petition, is treated with the seriousness it deserves. The DA notes this report. I thank you.
Councillor, I didn't see your hand. I really didn't see your hand. Apologies. Councillor Khatebe from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the 29 committed, relentless, and revolutionary battalion soldiers of the EFF. Greetings to fellow councillors and the residents of Johannesburg. The EFF cardinal pillars and its manifesto are deeply rooted for the poor, downtrodden, and marginalized communities, South Africa and beyond. It is the EFF in its policies that not only state that we are the vanguard of communities, but we are also practically live. As the EFF, it concerns us that in the budget speech, we want that grants allocated through division of revenues by National Treasury must be used as it benefits the poor, downtrodden, and the marginalized communities. It was disheartening that we learned through the news that the grants allocated were never spent, and the National Treasury has made a decision to return the funds not used. Furthermore, it was confirmed that the city of Joburg indeed received a letter that the grants are being returned to Treasury. To us, as the EFF, it does not show a caring city. In fact, we are further marginalizing the already marginalized communities. We are here as the EFF and the vanguard of the communities that will never allow that to happen, as we will be monitoring the grants and we'll be asking for consequence management to apply for those that did not spend the grants for the poor people. As the EFF, we have listened to many beautiful speeches about the city of Joburg being a world class, and yet our building is sitting without being used, and we do not receive any feedback on the progress of the building. And when we as council will occupy the building that is meant for service delivery, given that we require as an integrated approach to run the city. The residents of Joburg have been asking about the progress of Bree Street, given that it affects other streets within the city of Joburg. We seek a progress report with timelines. As the EFF, we approve the recommendations. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Khatebe. Councillor Teselo from the ANC. Hope it's properly pronounced.
Speaker, Sehlo.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll
Say it again, Sehlo.
Sehlo.
Thank you, Speaker. Yesterday, my neighbor here was not here, Tefu, said, I must tell you, go to Sasekile Mkov. Greeting, Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, the Honorable Councillor Kabelo Kwamanda, Leader of the ANC Caucus, Honorable Silo Tata Morero, the Whip of Council, Honorable Zungu, Deputy Chief, Councillor Marema, the capable and committed ward councillors of the ANC in the House, I greet you. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 34, second quarter report on the oversight activities of the Petition Standing Committee for period October to December 2023. As the ANC, we raised this following concern. In the last Petitions Committee 2022-2023, we requested JRA to have a line item for traffic calming measures, more especially street humps, on the budget. As we have petitions backlog dating back to 2007, that needs implementation. JRA have about 900 and something approved petitions, and mostly are from our townships. Every day, a child is killed in Soweto, in Alexander, in Diepsloot, in Fine Town. We have the same problems. So we request that the line budget must be approved so that we can be able to implement the speed humps. Secondly, the recruitment of staff to capacitate the petitions office. Can we definitely request that? And lastly, we have department who are not sending reports and unsigned reports. We are appealing to MMC to make sure that their department must send the reports so that we can be able to do our jobs as petitions committee. And I would like to say thank you to development planning under MMC Eunice Mklina for taking petitions committee very seriously. Lastly, thanks to MMC Loiso Masuku for steering the committee, and we are able to see the progress in the committee for the last 18 months, something we did not see with the DA coalition. As African National Congress Speaker, we note and supported the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we just ask that those of us that are moving in and out, please close the doors? Because we are trying to, the aircon needs to start working. The report is that there was a network problem last night, and then the aircon could not work because normally it's switched on very early in the morning, so we couldn't switch it on at 4. And if we can keep the doors closed, top and bottom. Those in the gallery as well, keep those doors closed. Thank you. MMC Masuku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And we appreciate the comments from councillors and to the chair as well for continuing to make sure that as the executive, we come forth in terms of responding to petitions. Petitions are a very important element of the work of council because it's through petitions that we're able to respond to communities and departments. We acknowledge where there are challenges, as mentioned, JRA. There is improvement with human settlements as well because also the MMC has also starting to respond to those petitions. We are going to get this right, Madam Speaker, and we appreciate that there has been acknowledgement from the committee in totality in terms of our commitment and the commitment we made it, and we are going to make sure that we don't drop the ball, and we do request that we approve the report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Chairperson Mabuke.
Madam Speaker, with all concerns raised by my colleagues and the commitment made by various MMCs, I therefore request the council to note the report.
Is the report noted? Thank you.
We are on item 35. That's your performance assessment report for the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for the 2023-24 financial year for the period October to December 2023. Read together with item 36, which is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg City Theatre for the 2023-24 financial year for the period October to December 2023. And both items read together with item 37, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Community Development Committee on the 2023-24 second quarter performance assessment report of the Department of Community Development, Joburg City Theatre and Joburg City Parks and Zoo for financial year for the period October to December 2023.
Thank you, Secretary. Chair Mokome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, good day. Can I also acknowledge the Executive Mayor, the MMCs and COCs?
Chair Mokome, can you please take your seat? Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to say Councillor Ramban is exposing us to the city of Johannesburg. He was sleeping, you know. Can he not sleep on duty? Thank you.
Councillor.
The DA is
Councillor Mokome. Is your mic switched off, Councillor?
Yes, yes.
IT? You see, now you cause
Yes.
the mics to sleep.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me also acknowledge the executive mayor, the MMCs and the COCs, and fellow councillors, the city manager, and council officials, our guests in the gallery, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Speaker, the objective of this report is to seek approval and to provide the shareholders with progress on performance made by the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoos during October to December 2023 against approved business plans and in compliance with Section 41 of the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000. Madam Speaker, I lay awake at night agonizing about the state of community development entities across the city of Joburg. Madam Speaker, our swimming pools, dysfunctional libraries, cemeteries which need urgent attention. Our city library in the city of Joburg is still out of bounds for quite a considerable number of years. I know Eldos, there's no longer a swimming pool. There's a concern also concerning unreliable Wi-Fi connectivity in some libraries. I know Councillor Saitana would come strongly on that one. Braamfontein fencing is under threat, it's getting vandalized. But also, Madam Speaker, we recognize the fact that we know about the challenges relating to maintenance and repairs problems at a Ritgale Farm, Kleprevier Berg Recreation Center. I know in our meetings, Councillor Smith, that's his pet subject, the Parades Zoo, Orange Farm MPC problems, Crisani Sports Complex, Molapo MPC. But Madam Speaker, let me hasten to say that there is a good story to tell. A good story to tell about our city parks and zoos and theaters. These are our stellar performance, Madam Speaker. In hindsight, part of the highlights during the year under review includes, but not limited to, Joburg Zoo has become a jazz festival mecca. Joburg theaters continue to cater for various special events in terms of executing their business plan, but also in terms of our corporate brand, Madam Speaker. The Parks Board has enhanced our corporate brand as an African world-class city. Councillor Atterbury, we still maintain that, yes, we are indeed an African world-class city. Yes, we believe that we develop locally and implement.
30 seconds left, Chair.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Madam, I've got to transpose now. Speaker, yeah, I think I'd be much more settled here. Speaker, the JP Johannesburg City Parks and Zoos is in business. We are executing
Thank
our
you,
mandate.
Councillor. Time is up, Chair.
Speaker, can I therefore submit that we approve the item? Thank you.
Thank you, Member in Charge. Councillor L. Simonsa from the Patriotic Alliance.
Good morning, Speaker, Executive Mayor, fellow colleagues and councillors, MMCs. The Patriotic Alliance note this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor L. Kuma.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Chairperson Peter Rafeti, to you, salute to you. Special greetings to the Executive Mayor, the Leader of Caucus, Dada Morero, the MMCs, the Chairpersons. Chair, as the caucus, we note the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor S. Zwani from Action SA. Thank you, Chair. Greetings, Speaker, Mayor, City Manager, leaders of our caucus, of Action SA, Fabulous 44, and all the councillors in the House. A special greetings to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. We as Action SA would like to invite all South African citizens that love South Africa more to come and listen to our President, Mr. Mashaba, delivering Action SA manifesto in Ellis Park. Only Action SA, Ellis Park Arena. Only Action SA can fix South Africa. Order, councillors. Let's allow the councillor to speak. I rise to speak on item 35, performance assessment report for Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for the period of 2023-2024 financial year, period from October to December 2023. We note the achievement with the following concern: visible service delivery. Despite fleet replacement, we still don't see JPCZ visible servicing our areas. With still high grass that is not being cut in most of our areas. Our rivers are not being cleaned. For example, if you go and look at Togoza Park, there is the new species of plants that is taking over. It's not cleaned, and there's no plan. Stakeholder management, we don't see any engagement with Neighborhood Watch as that can assist in reducing crime in our facilities in JCPZ. Action SA, in our policies of law and order, we believe that community-oriented policing that fosters trust, cooperation, and collaboration between law enforcement agencies and communities they serve is necessary to create a safer South Africa. Conservation initiative, a solar project that was undertaken at Panorama Cemeteries and Deep Kloof Extreme Park should be extended across the city. Action SA believes that renewable energy technologies, particularly in solar and wind, are advancing at an increasingly rapid pace, in which soon means that affordability of renewable far exceed the cost of fossil fuel. Therefore, we should prioritize the adoption of renewable energies to the greatest extent feasible. In our policy on energy, Action SA has 5 policy levers, which are resolving energy crisis, energy supply, energy demand, energy operational environment, and just energy transition. Action SA has the capacity to end the load shedding, only a mandate that is needed from South African. Let all go out in our numbers to vote on the 29th of May this year and replace the current government who cannot implement their own policies. We note these reports, item 35, 36, and 37, as Action SA. Only Action SA can fix South Africa. I thank you.
Councillor Konyan, TA.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and greetings to the leader of Democratic Alliance, Councillor Ikazonjoku, Chief Whip of the DA, Councillor North, honorable councillors, I greet you all. And thank you very much for allowing me an opportunity to speak on behalf of Democratic Alliance, the organization of people, by the people, for the people. Sisonke la. I rise, Presiding Officer, to speak on item 35, 36, 37, which talks to the performance assessment report for Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo, as well as Johannesburg City Theatres. For the year 2023-2024 financial year, for the period October to December 2023. The Democratic Alliance would like to take this opportunity and congratulate the Johannesburg City Theatre for the job well done, for attending the clean audit report as per the audit report from the Auditor General. And would like to further encourage the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo to add more effort to their job in order for them to follow the suit. They will indeed get there, particularly when the DA government is in power. Having said that, Presiding Officer, it is of a grave concern and unfortunate that today we are discussing the performance assessment report of the 2 municipal entities under the Department of Community Development at the absentia of the core department's performance assessment report. Even the Auditor General did not make any comments on this department's report, which is unfortunate. Failure of the department to submit their report in time due to some MMCs failing to sign the reports in time serves as a perfect example and evidence of the failures of the glue, which backs up the motion that was previously submitted by the DA to this council, seeking dissolution of this council and allowing the citizens of the city of Johannesburg to elect their capable government, unlike this thing that is happening here called glue. Ngiqinisile ngithi kuwe somlomo. Impandla iqala ngehlonto. Uyabona uma ubona ihlonto, impandla iqala ngehlonto. Namhlanje ireport eyodwa engezanga. Kusasa azobe mane. And before you know,
Konyan, can you please
Presiding Officer,
there's a point of can you sit down? There's a point of order on you. Okay. Councillor at the back, Myers. Can you switch off your mic, Councillor Konyan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please can you protect our speaker from all the howling next door? He has a right to speak.
Councillor, I think people started saying thing because of thing that was said. Councillor had in his speech thing and they said thing. I think let us just be fair. Can the councillor then withdraw this thing, and then the other councillors can also withdraw thing? I think it is councillors. Okay. Can we all just, please, you all want to go home by 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. Councillor Knott, there was a point of order already, and you're coming with another point of order, and there's a point of order on this side. Really, can we not start the dramas? Okay, I'll give Councillor Knott, and then I'll give Councillor Kumbi.
Madam Speaker, we have a process in this House. If anyone is aggrieved by what the councillor is saying, they can A, put their name down as a speaker for this item, or B, raise seriously.
Thank you, Councillor.
Or we can raise a point of order. Instead of screaming at people from the other side of the House. This government is acting like children, and the residents are watching them.
Thank you, Councillor Knott. Councillor Kumbi. The last stand I'm taking is Councillor Kumbi. Councillor Mshongon, Councillor Nkonko, your hands down, please. Councillor Kumbi. Can I hear what the councillor
Thank you very
said?
much, Speaker. Thank you very much, Speaker. Councillor Knott is one of the experienced councillors in the city of Johannesburg. But apparently it's like she doesn't read rules. There is a point of order which is Rule 72. Further to that, is there anything that is called this thing called DA? If that is the case, then we'll continue with that precedent that we call what we call this thing called white people. Thank you very much.
Councillors, can I please ask, Councillor Kanyan, you'll get up now. Councillors, can I please ask that when we speak, even in our speeches, let's not use language that's not appropriate, and let's not insult each other. Yesterday, we said no insults. Can we please not do that? Thank you. Please, Councillor, let's not do that. Remove that thing in your speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker. When a group of people get together and form something, that something is a thing. In this House, we have...
No, Councillor, please.
We have political parties and leaders, councillors.
Councillor, please. Can I please respond, please?
We don't have glue.
Councillor Konyan, when the DA and its partners were in government, it was called the multi-party government, right? Right now, you have the ANC, the EFF, the PA, and others in government. It's called the GLU. Can we please remain and not insult? Because it's not a thing that was put together. And let's respect each other. Asseblief toch. Councillors on my right, please. Councillors on my right, please. Councillor, I've seen you, Councillor Khatebe. Councillors, can I read this rule and then I'll get you? When attending, councillors on my right, please. When attending to the business of council and committee meeting, councillors must conduct themselves in a way that demonstrates respect for the council, the committee, the chairperson, and for other councillors. Can we please do that? Councillor Khatebe, and then I'm closing it. Sorry, I thought it was Khatebe, sorry.
No, it's all right, Speaker. Speaker, mabefuna uyiqala basitshele. So, Speaker, we cannot then continue in allowing undermining here. There must be a withdrawal of the thing. There's a government of local unity. If that withdrawal doesn't stop, iyaqala. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. I've already ruled that he must withdraw it so that we can continue. Councillor Nkonyan, please withdraw so that we can continue. Let's be respectable today.
Nqinisile ngithi kuwe somlomo impandla iqala ngehlonto namhlanje ireport eyodwa engalethwanga kusasa yobe mane kwazi bani uyothola ukuthi ngelinye ilanga ngeke siwathole lama report.
There's another point of order on you. Councillor.
Ngiyadabuka speaker ukuthi
Councillor.
Speaker, that thing called Nkwanyana. Speaker, that thing called Nkwanyana. Speaker, that thing called Nkwanyana. Speaker.
Councillors, there's a
Speaker.
No, Councillor Nkumbi.
That thing called Nkwanyana.
Councillor Nkumbi, I have asked this councillor on the side.
Thank you very much. I think you have ruled on this. So that thing called Nkwanyana.
Councillor Nkumbi, I have asked the councillor on
That
the
thing
side.
called Nkwanyana must withdraw. Withdraw.
Councillor
Thank you.
Nkumbi, I've got a councillor that I
Who's
Councillor
Thank you, Speaker.
Mufokeng.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Councillor Nkonyana is an experienced councillor in the city of Johannesburg, and you made a ruling. He must withdraw. Thank you very much.
Councillor Nkonyan, please. And the Zulu that you were using was too deep for me to understand. So please. And we don't have translations. Please.
Isikhulumile impunga speaker umhlonishwa lapha ngaphesheya untanga yethu I withdraw.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. May I continue through you, presiding officer, to the MMC of Community Development, Mhlonishwa sengathi akuhambi kahle. I would like to implore you, Mhlonishwa, that you intervene and assist. Consequence management must be applied. Though, Mhlonishwa, I believe that you are serving in a team that will not allow you to do that move. You are being let down by your own team, Mhlonishwa, so-called glue. But kube nje bewuzenzela wena izinto Mhlonishwa, ngiyaqinisekisa ukuthi ngabe wenza into right, ngiyakwazi uyawushaya umsebenzi. MMC, presiding officer, back from the MMC, let me come to the speech and continue. Let me highlight the few failures that are visible, presiding officer. The panel that was supposed to be constituted last year and till today has not constituted and completed. That is the failure. Maintenance and repairs is not happening at our facilities. That is the failure. Capital expenditure is not happening. That's a failure. Swimming pools and libraries across the city of Johannesburg are totally dysfunctional. Security at our
Councillor,
facilities.
can you just, for a second, the lady on the top, on my right-hand side, can you please close your camera? Close it, please. You are not allowed to take pictures. Thank you, Councillor.
The money, thank you. Security at our facilities, Dololo, Aiko, Ifeila nayo. Most our parks and cemeteries, tabanga amangcwaba okhokho bethu, ayinganekwane, Speaker. Ya amahloni. Nilokhu nithi hayi hey siyaqhuba hayi hey siyaqhuba niqhubani nishayisa yini yona lethe niqhubani. Citizens of the city of Johannesburg are no longer going to wait any further because they are eager to witness the government that will be formed by the DA, the government that will deliver on their mandate. Sekusele kangaka, Speaker, kancane kangaka. The DA will form that government, and you will see. And when a Speaker, you will be part of that government. Uyeke lento eyenzeka ngapha. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, let me conclude by saying the DA support this item, and that includes all the comments that I have just made. The DA is watching this glue.
Councillor Dladla from the ANC, from the EFF. Councillor Dladla, EFF.
Bengithi bafowethu nginicele sebenza nani kwanyana singabe bafowethu ingcelebane zabelungu manje sesiyathuka nijabulisa abelungu izinkukhu ziloku ezihanda ngibingelele uSpeaker ngibingelele our caucus leadership of the EFF Sipetlele Raserute, our chief whip.
Councillor Nkonyan. Councillor, can you take a seat? Go to the mic next to you or the mic in front of you. Is your mic off, Councillor Dladla? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I've just been insulted in this house by a councillor. The councillor has just said before he starts his speech, I'm not sure what your speaker understands what does that mean. If a speaker understands that, I propose that a councillor.
I don't understand what you just said or he said.
No, it's serious, Speaker.
I don't.
It's serious.
I'm saying.
Get an interpreter to interpret for you. Ingelebana yabelungu is serious, Speaker. The councillor must withdraw or must be taken to ethics. It's serious.
It's an insult. Councillor Nkonyan, I'm trying to find the interpretation. When I have it, I will tell you. I mean, I am consulting the table.
Let him explain it again.
If I don't understand, I need to get interpretation.
You can do it. Let him interpret.
I will wait for everybody to be quiet, and when I see hands, I will go according to the hands. But I'm saying, Councillor Nkonyan, I do understand isiZulu, right? But I don't understand it when people speak it very deep. I understand Xhosa, and they always laugh at me because when they go, I don't understand, right? So I'm saying I am consulting with people to interpret for me. You haven't interpreted. I'm waiting for them to interpret because I'm getting one person giving me a different interpretation from the other person. So I'm going to give Councillor Nkumbi, then I give MMC, and there's one hand at the back of Action SA. I can't see your name, and then I'll come to you, so that everybody can have their say on this, and maybe I'll get interpretations. And I know I've noted you, Councillor Belinda. I've noted you. You are the last one. Councillor Nkumbi, MMC, then the person at the back, and then yourself. Councillor Nkumbi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Ingilibane. It means that a councillor must explain it to this council. What is that supposed to mean? There is no insult there at all. Thank you very much.
MMC, I still don't know what it means. MMC?
Madam Speaker, this is the same request I made yesterday, and I'm repeating it today because not all of us understand vernac in the same way and the deep interpretation. So the councillor must please on record say what he believes the councillor said, so that it's on record and then we can take it from there.
Yes, ma'am. The councillor at the back, I'm not sure, I can't see you. Councillor at the back, if your mic is not working, go to the next mic. Everybody switch off their mics, but all the mics are off the side.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Councillor Zwan. It's not that person at the back. Can you also withdraw that? Because
No, councillor, I can't see your name from there.
Yeah,
and
but
I
you should
can't
have-
see from here right to there.
But you should have said councillor at the back, not
I
the person
said
at the-
councillor at the back.
No, no,
it's
you
okay,
didn't.
I withdraw. I withdraw.
Thank you. Speaker, in simple terms, Ingelebane, the way, the context, the way he said it says suck up to white people. That's what he said. So he needs to withdraw.
Thank you, that's your
which is wrong.
interpretation. That's your interpretation. Thank you.
Speaker.
Councillor Belinda. Councillor, you've given me your interpretation. Councillor Belinda. Can you switch off your mic, please? Councillor Zwane, can you switch off your mic? Is your mic on, Councillor Belinda?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you just quoted rule.
Councillors, I can't hear the councillor. Councillors, I can't hear the councillor here in front. I've noted you, Councillor Khatebe.
Madam Speaker, firstly, I would like to call a point of order on you. Because all of a sudden, you do not know how to translate. But when previous speakers spoke in vernacular, you could translate and you asked people to withdraw. That's the first thing I want to raise. That. And secondly, I want to put it on record that you're setting precedents that you are biased and you do not allow the opposition councillors to speak as freely as you allow the government of local unity councillors speak. Everybody in this council is subject to the rules of the council. People are being insulted and we are made to withdraw. But when the government of local unity make insults, make allegations, don't mention names, you allow it to continue. You are setting up
Thank you,
precedents
Councillor.
and you are allowing this council
Thank
to
you,
degenerate.
Councillor. Councillor Khatebe. Councillor Khatebe.
Thank you, Speaker. I do not understand why we are dragging this name of Ingeleban. When Councillor Dladla spoke at first, he said that asingabi izingelebane zabelungu, which means it was not an insult. It simply means what he said is that let us not be the servants of white people. So I don't understand. Azange ati uyi ngelebane. Uthe masingabi izingelebane.
Thank you.
So
thank you,
that is what I wanted to explain. Thank you very much.
Councillor. Councillors, there's been 3 to 4 interpretations of this, whatever the councillor said. Councillor Belinda, I don't have to justify myself. I said, I do understand isiZulu, but when people go deep into it, I do not understand. I also said, I understand Xhosa, but when they speak it deep, I don't understand, and I sometimes have to ask. I don't understand everything. So I've never interpreted what they said on the other side and never interpreted what was said this side. It is because either someone at the table knew what was said, and that is when I could translate. 'n taal wat ek goed verstaan is Afrikaans, is my taal. Councillor Mabaso, and then I'm closing.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I just want to say in the House, because I can tell you we can debate on this matter until the sunset. You know, there is a saying in isiZulu which says, isiZulu astolikwa. So meaning that you can't interpret the words in isiZulu. So what I would suggest, Speaker, is that you get a professional interpreter on this one, because we are not going to get to the correct interpretation, because in the reality is that isiZulu cannot be interpreted as Tolig is Zulu. So let's just not try and interpret this, because we will get different interpretations on this one.
Thank you, Councillor. And this is exactly what I said. I need to get a right interpretation, and then I can come back and say, this is what it means. We don't all understand. Councillor Belinda, I'm closing it. I think Councillor Mabaso has given us direction, which I said earlier on. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I won't have speakers on it. I am going to get advice by people that understands the language. I'm part of the linguistic team. I will get that. I'm closing it. I'm not going to, and I'm not biased. Councillor Dladla, can you continue, please?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Accepting what Councillor Mabas was saying, I'm also finding a difficulty in as far as interpreting the Inkuku Yomshini, if we can be assisted as well. Inkuku is low. All right. I have greeted you, Speaker. Proceeding to greet my leadership of the caucus, Sipetlele Raserote, our chief whip, all red battalions. I greet you all in the very, very...
We are past that issue. Can we please, hold on, Councillor. We are past the language. Pardon? No, are you calling a point of order on him? Councillor, we are past that issue. Can we please continue? Please, Councillor, can we continue? Please. I'm begging you, Nyakela.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you,
Councillor Mengwa is respecting us. Thank you very much, Speaker. I was saying that I'm also greeting all of you in the very, very important name of Mr. Clean Audit himself, the MMC of Finance, the chairperson of EFF in Gauteng, Nkululeko Godunga. Yes, indeed, Mr. Clean Audit. Speaker, we are speaking to these items, understanding full well that the government of the day, the GLU, is so far leading the city on the right path. Though there are challenges, we recognize the efforts, the energy, the attention given by the MMC Magwenju in this department. We further encourage the MMC to continue putting our people and service delivery first in all activities, his activities. We know that he will ultimately overcome the underspending in his department, the poor performance by some of the officials. The proper measures will be put in place to increase the revenue collection within the department, and that access to properly functional facilities will be assured with time. Speaker, though the report on JCT looks much the same, it's more like a repetition of all previous reports, and sometimes one may even conclude that the responsible person lacks the creativity. But the advice is that the department should not drop the ball and should not regress from the best performance it is doing. Speaker, we truly appreciate the work of bringing cemeteries close to our townships. It must continue to do that. We really appreciate the progress so far in this regard. We note and approve the recommendation as presented on item 35, 36, and 37. We say WOSA 9 May, woza. Woza, 29 May, woza.
Thank you, Councillor Dladla.
Siyabonga.
Councillor Mangena, ANC. Right here.
Ke a leboga, Speaker. Greetings to yourself, Speaker. Greetings to the official of government that are serving us every day here in the council. Greetings to residents of Johannesburg, together with our guests in the gallery. Greetings to hardworking councillors of the ANC. Speaker, I won't repeat what is written in the report. I'm arising on item 35, 36, and 37. As ANC, we're noting the report. Thank you.
MMC Magwenchu.
Ndiyabulisa Speaker, ndibulisa uMayor, ndibulisa uChief Whip, ndibulisa onke ama-councillors. Speaker, ingxaki into yenxelebana because ingenza nantoni na. Uyiqonda uba ke inxelebana nyhani ke xa inokwenza nantoni, ithethe nantoni na.
MMC, now I'm going to need another interpreter.
Speaker, Speaker, we note Speaker,
Councillor Konyan.
Speaker, you did not rule on this thing of Ingeleban. And now a prominent leader of this government is continuing on that and saying Ingeleban can do anything. And Speaker, you pretend that you don't hear that. That is directed to me, Speak. Rule on it, deal with it, Speak.
Councillors, can I respond to the councillor? Councillor Konyan, if I recall, I said after Councillor Mabaso spoke, my partner, I said, one, I'm going to get professional interpretation so that I can interpret and know and come back and report to this house on what was said. When MMC started off saying that, I cautioned him because I said, now I will need another interpretation. Can this Mbali or whatever it is be stopped here? Because I don't know if it's somebody's name or whatever. Let us stop. And apologies to whoever is Mbali here. Because this Mbali is riding the entire day. Can we stop this Mbali? Please. I don't know. Mbali, Linga, I don't know. I don't know what people are saying. So can we stop it? I just got a message from someone that's watching us and saying, Speaker, the people in council is worse than your kids. Can we stop it? Council, MMC, Eunice, I don't know what they are saying. That's why I'm saying I don't know if it's Mbali or what. MMC, please steer away from whatever was said. There's a councillor at the back. I'm not sure, I can't read the name. Yes, councillor. Telekwa.
Yeah, Councillor Telek. Speaker.
Very short.
Yeah, please don't entertain this thing of Ngiliwan.
Exactly.
In the Ndebele, Ngiliwan, it means he's the leader of the pack. So just leave it to us. So you won't find the clarity on it.
Thank
So,
you. I'm going to get my own interpretation and report back to this council what was said.
We have the Ngiliwan, yes.
Thank you, councillor.
Yes.
Councillor Van Dijk, I'm closing it, so two seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just don't know when this became a game of interpretation. If someone feels insulted, that is their right in this room to feel insulted, and they have the right to have that person withdraw that complaint. Withdraw that insult. It shouldn't have to be a game of interpretation.
So, Councillor Van Dijk, and I'm saying this with all respect to everybody. People like yourself and myself, we don't speak all the vernaculars, so we don't understand. So everybody from a different area interpret. There I was told about Ndebele now. So can we please, I will deal with it when I get the right interpretation. I will come back to this house, and if it is an insult, we will deal with it accordingly. Can we just move past it? I know if people are insulted. I was insulted yesterday, and I said nothing. Thank you. Councillor, can we close this, please, Chair? Chair, can I close it to give people time to speak? Let's finish up, please, Chair. Chair, 2 seconds, please. It's cause I'm acknowledging you, but please, let's close it.
Thank you very much, Speaker. No, I just wanted to provide direction here, because we are deviating. In fact, we are lost.
Yes.
As this meeting, and we cannot allow that to happen. Speaker, please just take control of this meeting to the end. Stop allowing people to debate in front of you. Thank you very much.
Okay. MMC, can we carry on? No imbalance, please.
Definitely, Speaker, definitely. Speaker, I think Councillor Nkwanyana must not mislead this House. The reason why the ComDev report is not here is not because it was never signed. It's because the committee took a decision not to note the report because the ED was not present in the meeting. And the ED had delegated either his directors to be present in that meeting because he was attending other council business. So that was the issue. So I don't think this council should then be misled. With regards to the issue of the panel, there are processes in government. There was a tender, it went out in February, it was a closing date, I can't remember the date, and the process is on. The supply chain process is on. So it's not a matter of a failure from the government. There are processes that must be followed. As for Councillor Zwana, Speaker, I'm not sure when last did you go to Thokoza Park. I think maybe it was last year. Because if you can go to Thokoza Park right now, whatever he said here today, he would definitely withdraw it. Speaker, the department...
MMC, there's a point of order on you, and I think it's Councillor Zwane. Councillor Zwane. Councillor Zwane.
Point of order, Speaker, to the MMC. I was there yesterday. Thank you.
MMC, yeah, no. Please, MMC, carry on. Please.
Madam Speaker, continuing from a stellar performance from Q1, JCPZ's key service delivery achievements in the second quarter included the following. 10 cooperatives that are community-based which were supported. This brings to the fore the entity's commitment to job creation, which is an essential commitment of the government of local unit. Secondly, the entity managed to regain its membership registration status with PASA and WASA for the zoo, which are important accreditation for them. This is an independent indicator of the fact that they comply with independent standards for the management and maintenance of animal welfare in our facilities. Its elephants management protocol continue to ensure that the mental and physical health of the elephants at the zoo are protected. The period also saw the rollout of the CAPEX program improvement plan, which resulted in mid-term achievement, including the completion of 5 capital projects, namely Maibuye Park, Florida Park, Chipwell enclosure at the zoo, the Protea Glen Park in Lichy Street, and in Makanya Street, also in Protea Glen. By mid-year, overall CAPEX performance stood at 46%, which is inclusive of commitments. This is a great milestone considering the challenges we previously had with CAPEX implementation. We continue to ensure good governance. As the JCPZ continued to perform and obtained an unqualified audit opinion with minimum findings. This puts the entity on the right track to obtaining a clean audit opinion come the end of the year, just like JCT did. The entity also raised the bar in ensuring that we advance the goal of increasing partnerships and relationships with private and non-profit partners. The launch of the James and Ethel Gray Park pedal court facilities were launched. This was among other partnerships and adoptions which were initiated in areas such as Orlando West, Rivali, etc. We shall continue to support these initiatives to ensure that the city welcome initiatives that seek to ensure co-production through partnership to ease the burden of funding the operational maintenance costs for public open spaces. Speaker, the zoo is celebrating 120 years, and as part of the celebrations, we have reduced the entrance fee to 20 rands, and all those born in the month of March will receive free entry until the 29th of March. Madam Speaker, the President of the ATM, incoming President of South Africa, the Honorable Vuyelwa Zungula, will be unpacking the party's manifesto for Joburgers at the Puso Batong Johannesburg rally as part of his regional
30
visits.
seconds.
And I invite all councillors to attend at Johannesburg Amphitheatre. Soweto Amphitheatre. With that said, Speaker, I ask Council to note the report. I thank you. This is only for Joburgers. It's not the entire
Thank you,
country.
Councillor. Thank you. Thank you, MMC. Chairperson Mokome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We have noted all the comments, all the inputs made by the councillors, and I therefore recommend that Council approves the 2023-2024 second quarter performance report of entities of Department of Community Development, which are Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo, as well as Johannesburg Theatres. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendations are on pages 35.29, 36.20, and 37.8 are the...
I'd like to table item 38 and item 39. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Kaldeen from the PA.
Greetings, Speaker, Executive Mayor, Chief Whip of Council, PA Chief Whip Councillor Peter Rafferty, PA Joburg 9 councillors. Before I forget, the most attacked city manager, Mr. Floyd Brink, salute my second. Speaker, the MMC of Human Settlements. Wow, just wow. MMC Anthea Leach, I want to congratulate you on the progress in the Human Settlements Department. I wanted to own the bragging rights, but I forgot you're not my MMC. You are our MMC in the city of Johannesburg. In you, MMC Leach, we trust, and we know that you have the political will to change the department around. We know it's not an easy task, but we trust in you and your team. Madam Speaker, as the Patriotic Alliance, we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kaldeen.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of Action SA,
Who rose?
I thought you
I didn't
you
call
called me.
any councillor.
Okay.
I was still trying to to pronounce your surname.
I will assist you for the second time.
No, councillor. Councillor, can you put off your mic?
Okay.
Please. Let's not be out of order. Can you have a seat? Councillor Ngwecheni from Action SA, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Oh, so today you can say your papa then.
Councillors, can we please not do that?
Greetings to the caucus leader of Action SA.
I'm not, Councillor, can you please take your seat? I'm not sure one of your councillors has a point of order against you.
Not against me.
Against you. Councillor?
Thank you, Speaker. Yesterday, you ruled that Uyapapa we should withdraw it. Today, the same thing is happening from the side from.
Councillor? Councillor, if I must tell you the reality of what I heard your councillor, I'm not sure what language he was saying, but he was saying Uyapapa. I heard him saying it. If he was responding to no, I didn't ask you to get up, councillor. If he was responding to someone that said it, I did not hear it, but I heard from his mouth saying Uyapapa, and he went on. Can we please close this? If someone had said to you, Uyapapa, you will show me, you will tell us which council it is, and we'll ask the councillor to withdraw. If you can show us, councillor, who the councillor is, then the councillor will withdraw. And then you must also withdraw what you say. Can I have the councillor that said to you, Uyapapa? What's his name again? Councillor Ngwecheni, can you please identify the councillor that said Uyapapa?
Speaker, it's one of the councillors from EFF.
So you don't know who it is?
Yes.
So then, councillors,
Yes.
councillors.
Yes, and inside him now. Ndinoyiki. Andinoyiki. Anizontusela.
Councillors from EFF. EFF councillors. EFF councillors. MMC.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. To assist you, Speaker, I think the councillor should then say who. He should not say a councillor from the EFF. Who from the EFF?
Councillor Ngwentu, you are unable to identify, and unfortunately, we cannot.
Leave the house.
We don't. Pardon? Can you please carry on with your speech? Councillors, can we close this?
Speaker. Am I allowed
Can you
to speak
please
now?
continue? Councillors, can we please let him continue? He cannot identify, please.
Speaker. Speaker, I think,
Can you continue with your speech? I'm not taking hands.
it's difficult to continue with
I'm not
with the
taking
speech.
hands. Can you continue? I am not taking hands. I'm not taking hands. We don't know who the perpetrator is. Can we not take hands? Please, I'm not taking hands. Can you continue?
I'm not withdrawing anything. Can I continue with the speech, Speaker?
I have asked you to continue.
Okay, as Action SA, we note these reports. Okay, there's a point of order.
Can you continue with your speech, or do you want to end your speech? If you don't want to carry on speaking, let me know so I can call the next speaker. I'm not taking hands. I'm not taking hands. Not at all. I'm not taking anybody's hands. Councillor, your time is running out. I've asked you to speak. I've asked you to speak,
With so much
Councillor.
howling, Speaker, with so much howling, how am I going to speak? How am I
If
going
you
to get
start
that point across?
speaking, the howling will stop.
No.
Can I say something?
You can howl all you want. I saw the
Can
link
I?
as the next.
Aye, Councillor.
Yeah, I'm telling you now.
Okay, we'll call the next speaker. I will call the next speaker now. He's done. Councillor Brandt from the DA. Councillor Brandt from the DA. Can you switch off your mic, please? Can I get a roving mic for Councillor Brandt? Councillors, I've pleaded with him to withdraw. I've pleaded with him to speak. He doesn't want to
But there's
speak,
howling,
so
Speaker.
I'm
How am I
calling
gonna speak?
Councillor Brandt.
With so much howling, how am I going to speak, Speaker?
Councillors, can I say something?
Don't be biased. Don't be biased, Speaker. You said no. We will not be intimidated in this house. No one is going to speak, Speaker.
Can I get a roving mic for Councillor Brandt, please?
No, Speaker.
Councillors, I am advised that there are no speakers on the podium, so why are the hands up? I can't listen to everybody at one time. Councillors from the EFF, councillors from the, councillor, councillors from the, councillors. Councillors from the EFF, councillors from the EFF, can I continue to say what I want to say? Can I continue with the advice that I'm getting? What? Councillor Raserute, Councillor Raserute, Councillor Raserute, can I ask you to ask your caucus to listen to what I want to say as the advice that I've been given? Can I ask you to do that? Because there's been advice that was given to me. Can you please switch off your mics wherever there's a mic on? There's a roving mic, Councillor Raserute.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we are not going to finish this meeting. If you are going to entertain each and every hand in the house, as the speaker there, you have that right of suppressing if someone doesn't offer this meeting anything. That person started this thing. He said they insulted him. You are entertaining him, but he doesn't have a background of what he's saying. That is why we are here. Share the meeting, let's deal with items, and let's finish this thing.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Rasaruta. That's exactly what I said. I'm not entertaining hands. I'm taking Councillor Brandt, and Councillor Brandt will speak because that councillor did not want to speak. Can you take the mic to Councillor Brandt?
Speaker.
Councillor Brandt.
Speaker. Speaker.
Councillor Zwane, can you switch off your mic? Councillor Zwane, can you switch off your mic? Councillor Zwane, can you switch off your mic? Councillor Brandt? Councillor Brandt, can you carry on?
No, Speaker. No, Speaker, we always have our hands up here. No. No, Speaker. No.
Councillors, can we please continue? We are not going to take hands.
No.
Your councillor could not identify the councillor that he said had insulted him, so we can't do anything. I'm not taking hands until he identifies.
Allow us to speak. We have our hands up.
There's not one of you that can identify. It's only that councillor that can identify. Councillor Brandt, Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Who recognized him? Who recognized him? No, Speaker, you can't.
To speak, but we cannot speak with this howling.
What howling when I want to speak?
Is causing friction, and there are attacks being made verbally and threats being made.
Thank you, Alex.
Violence.
Thank you.
Speaker, when it comes to violence in this house, if you can't handle it, the chief whip needs to step in.
Yeah.
Can the chief whip
You are biased,
please
Speaker.
step in and deal with this, because our councillors is denied an opportunity to speak on behalf of.
Thank you, Councillor Christians.
Because of all this housing.
Thank you, Councillor Christians.
Lost control. We have lost control.
Rapper is just standing. Look there. Reprimand him.
Councillors, can you please put up your mics? I think we must take a break. Councillor Christians has asked and said that, one, we are giving an opportunity to their councillor now because the councillor of Action SA could not identify, and there's now threats, and that the councillor was not allowed to. No. So now, Chief Whip, can you please convene all the whips so that we can deal with this issue? Can you please convene all of them?
Thanks, Speaker. My apologies, we had to address some.
No, I know you had to go out.
Yeah, maybe 5 minutes with the whips.
Thank you, Chief Whip.
Morning. There's too much excitement in this house.
Yes, please, Chief Whip. Please, Chief Whip.
I have minutes with the whips. Thank you. 5 minutes.
You'll be back at 22. Can we be seated? Can we stop our movement? Can we be seated? Councillors? We'll ask the whip to report back to us. Can we all be seated so that the whip can report back? Chief Whip?
No, thanks, Speaker. Speaker, maybe first and foremost is to appeal to the House to maybe respect this House. I think from yesterday we've been struggling to contain ourselves, and it becomes a problem. But I think we had a progressive meeting with the whips, and we've all agreed that they need to call order on their caucuses. The matter between the Action SA and the EFF, the whips have agreed that they are going to call order on the caucuses. And the issues of threats are going to be addressed by the whips. Speaker, the request is that there was a speaker from the Action SA who was on the podium. The whip requests that that speaker be allowed to close the debate. She was on the platform. If she be allowed to close or he be allowed to close. And lastly, the issue of apparently there's a letter that is addressed to yourself by Action SA where they are raising the issues of not being treated fairly by the speaker. I have not seen that letter, but that's addressed to yourself. They raised it yesterday and they're raising it again today. Lastly, Speaker, I think maybe yourself just need to be stick to the ruling, so that there is no further debates once you've taken a ruling. Otherwise, it derails the house, and you are not going to finish. These past 2 days have been very rowdy in this house. So I think if you make a ruling, stick to the ruling, and there shall be no other councillors who wants to defy the speaker who's taken the ruling. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Whip. We'll allow the Speaker of Action SA to continue. And yeah.
Thank you, Speaker. As Action SA, we are appalled at the mushrooming level of informal settlements in the city of Joburg, and indications are clear that the department has no plan, no solutions to arrest this growing concern. Informal settlements are not merely a housing issue. They represent a stark reminder of the systematic failures that plague our society. Behind each makeshift shelter lies a story of hardship, poverty, and inequality. But beyond the human crisis, the unchecked expansion of informal settlement poses significant challenges to our city's infrastructure, environment, and public health. We cannot, therefore, afford to ignore the plight of our fellow citizens living in these precarious conditions. We must address the root causes of informal settlements, including poverty, lack of affordable housing, and inadequate urban planning. Action SA advocates for sustainable solutions that prioritize the dignity and well-being of every resident. This includes investing in affordable housing, improving access to essential services, and implementing inclusive urban development policies. As a pro-poor government in waiting, we are also concerned about the living conditions of our people that are subjected to in the city-owned hostels. There are hostels that the department is refusing to provide services to because they are unable to collect revenue from these hostels. Even though the budget was allocated to provide these services, we do not believe that services must be terminated when a budget is available and allocated, but to find alternative measures to collect revenue and encourage these residents to pay for services through awareness and resident engagement programs. In the heart of Action SA, values lies a commitment to social justice. We believe in a society where every individual, regardless of background, enjoys equal opportunities, upward social mobility, and fair treatment. Social justice is not just an aspiration, but a guiding force advocating for the eradication of systematic inequalities. Together, we strive to build a community that uplifts the marginalized, addresses the disparities, and ensures that the benefits of progress are shared by all. With social justice as our compass, Action SA stands dedicated to creating a nation where inclusivity, compassion, and equity prevails. Action SA's policy position on human settlements is that the current approach to housing provision and land reform is outdated, costly, and poorly implemented. Furthermore, it does little to address spatial injustice, and the low density RDP housing has proven to be ineffective. Our approach, therefore, to housing provision will be to expand access to affordable housing opportunities that are closer to economic opportunities. Land reform can or should be accelerated within the constitutional framework. We must consider how to give people access to land properly that is aligned with shifts in people's preferences of where to live. And we must expand access to safe, clean, and inclusive living spaces where people can enjoy the quality of living. As I close, I just need to mention that only Action SA can fix Joburg, only Action can fix Gauteng, only Action can fix South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Brandt from the DA. Before you go, Councillor, there's a Toyota Hilux JF43FB GP. If it's any councillor, you are parked behind the rear via and you are obstructing traffic. JF43FB GP. Thank you, Councillor Brandt.
Sorry, Speaker.
Can the last speaker check his mic, please? Mics, please, IT.
Good
Thank you.
afternoon once again, Speaker. I'd like to address you on item 38. The function of councillor oversight includes several activities, all executed by the legislature in relation to the executive, and in terms of Section 79 committees, it's the active interface between representatives of the legislature and the executive and administrative structures, and should lead to both accountability and improvement in delivery of objectives of local government. The word interface indicates an interaction between at least two parties. For the success of this interaction, which in this case is exampled by our Section 79 meetings, it would be incumbent on the legislature to meet a few minimum requirements, such as being present at the meeting, to have undertaken some form of preparation, and to analytically interrogate the information provided by the executive. On the executive would rest the responsibility of providing relative information in an accurate and timeous manner, and also to be present at such meetings. So how does this pan out in real life? Too often, information is not provided in an accurate and timeous manner, which can be discussed at a later time. But more importantly, at our last meeting, attendance by the executive was dismal. Both the MEC and the ED were not in attendance, and the meeting was initially rescued from an early closure by the attendance of a JOSHCO representative. After 40 minutes of councillor probing, it emerged the JOSHCO representative was not the newly appointed CEO who was expected at the meeting, but was merely a replacement for the previous acting CEO, who was merely standing in for the CEO who's been under suspension for more than 12 months. The CFO, who in the past has had a very good attendance record, was also absent, having reached the end of a fixed-term contract. I find it hard to find polite words to describe this debacle. At this time, a political advisor from the MMC's office decided to address the meeting with their positive view of the report that was under discussion. Speaker, I ask you to create a picture of this. We have a group of elected councillors sitting in a meeting, waiting to face the report from the executive and their support staff, and we are then addressed in an unsolicited manner by an unelected politician who has not drafted, signed, or even officially contributed to this report and has no standing in the meeting. To be blunt, if somebody is going to be a politician in the room and do the talking, I'd like it to be me. Next, I'll have unelected politicians in my ward purporting to be the elected councillor. But I must apologize in hindsight. I'm hasting in making that statement because that's already happened, but that's for discussion on another day. Is this the poor state the city has been allowed to sink in? Sadly, this is one of the many examples of how our city is day by day heading for collapse. At this time, it will be an opportunity for me to speak about the Doomsday Coalition. But I won't. I will save you having to listen to points of order, making me sit up, making me get up and withdraw. And if somebody tries to think that I sneak that in, I'll withdraw it anyway. So let me try a different tact. Through you, Speaker, I understand your ruling, and I understand that we shouldn't be belligerent to each other. And the only thing I can think of saying is that if it is the aim of the GLU to bring the city to its knees, well done, guys, you're doing a great job. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nemamba from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, the Mayoral Committee, and the councillors in the House. Revolutionary greetings to the EFF caucus leader, Spetlele Raserute, our Chief Whip, Tabisa Mohapi, 29 EFF battalions, and fellow councillors. Speaker, we as the EFF caucus note this report with the following concerns. The target set by the department to upgrade informal settlement to phase 2 or 3 is very low in a city that has more than 200 informal settlements. We therefore humbly appeal to the Department of Human Settlement to increase its target of formalizing these informal settlements. The formalization of these informal settlements will reduce the 500 backlog of housing in the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, we want to recommend the department for the number of RDP houses and the title deeds that were issued. We cannot stress the importance of black people owning land and property. Speaker, it was also discovered that the 3-code system is delaying repairs and maintenance of hostels, old age homes, and flats. We strongly believe that the department should move away from the 3-code system. Instead, hire young people who will be trained by the city to do repairs and maintenance in hostels, old age homes, and flats. Speaker, this will close the corrupt tap of tenderpreneurs who in any way do a job that is below par. Speaker, this is in line with one of the EFF non-negotiable pillars, which calls for the building of state capacity, which will lead to the abolishment of tenders. Speaker, we welcome the electrification in Patsing informal settlement in Region G as part of upgrading of informal settlement program. We trust and believe that the department will commence the installation of standpipes and toilets in the 3rd quarter, as per their commitment. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dlamini from the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to all the councillors and also greetings to officials of the city and greetings to visitors at the public gallery. And Speaker, from our side as ANC, we want to indicate that we had a chance in Section 79 to participate. And from our participation, officials and all the political parties present in a committee meeting, we have raised our issues, and those issues were relevant to the reports that were given to us. And therefore, we are not going to say much here in this council meeting of today, but we would like to say officials, they know the good and the bad of the report. And therefore, what I could also indicate is the current coalition is trying their level best to pick up from what was done by the previous coalition. And therefore, day by day, MMC, she does her level best to assist the committee to deal with our issues politically, and officials are also doing the same to come up with a transparent answers. Where they don't have answers, they also indicate their challenges. But all in all, from our side, we would like to note the report for the second quarter. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Dlamini. MMC Leach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. I welcome the tabling of the Human Settlements Performance Report for the second quarter and note the comments, submissions and criticism made by the fellow councillors. It is common cause by now that the repairs and maintenance of much of the city's old rental stock has been neglected for years, and much work needs to be done to restore people's living conditions to what they need to be. We see this across the old age homes and the council flats, some of which have been transferred to sectional title owners despite the buildings themselves not having been rehabilitated first. Those who read the report on tariff increases for city-owned housing stock that was noted in the council earlier today would have noticed that less than 5% of our tenants are currently paying their rental to the city. The rent boycott is well known and raises strategic questions around our decision to increase the rental rates on amounts that people are not paying anyway. We need to recommit the city to recapitalizing this historical stock and get people willingly paying their rents again. However, there are pressing matters of repair and maintenance that should see Joshko advertising for contractors over the coming days, with urgent work commencing in April. Despite the recent budget cuts for this work during our rebasing, I'm hopeful and confident that the residents will see some of their long-standing issues being addressed. This shows promising signs that the working relationship between the Human Settlements Department and Joshko being improved, and I will be closely monitoring the implementation of this work between the two to ensure that we stay on track for the sake of service delivery. When looking at the department's KPIs, it is clear that the program of upgrading human settlements needs to be ramped up. The department is also catching up steadily with the backlog of title deed issuing, and we issued 900 title deeds last week alone. We are due for a bilateral with province and the MEC of Human Settlements regarding their desire to assist us in upgrading our hostels, which we know is an issue that made the news this week. Either way, the department is continuing with its plans to reimagine these apartheid-era buildings. As a department, we have welcomed the opportunity to contribute to the Minister's recent publication of the white paper. Our submission went in last week and was quite comprehensive. From my side as an MMC, I personally asked that national government consider legislating funding the enormous burden we face as municipalities, particularly the city of Johannesburg, in having to provide temporary emergency accommodation for residents affected by disasters and evictions. The housing code glaringly omits this, and we are always left scrambling as a city to make do when the courts rule and place this burden upon us. Clearer laws around the matter will allow us to reclaim hijacked and condemned buildings in our inner city. I've also asked that national government bring back housing plans and instruments to allow us to build new old age homes, something we haven't seen for now more than 3 decades. We've asked for a cut-off date post which no more informal settlement should be allowed to be constructed on either public or private land, provided that our grants and subsidies for formalizing people's housing conditions are showing dividends. Another pain point we've asked to have addressed is rethinking the idea that BNG, formerly RDP, complexes and council-owned flats should be sectionalized with body corporates. We feel this is impractical and that government should accept responsibility for these properties in line with the fact that their inhabitants are lacking in means. Lastly, to address the matter regarding the Joshka performance report not being tabled, the report was signed and submitted timelessly by myself. However, the newly appointed acting CEO was not present and had leave from before his appointment. The other senior officials were also affected by leave and bereavements, and the Joshka officials who were present were unable to deal with the questions posed. Therefore, Section 79 decided to defer the report. In regards to a response to Councillor Brandt, the information that was shared is a bit distorted of the day, but I'll take it up with the councillor directly. He is invited to address the matter with me at my office, and we'll try and clarify the issue. Thanks. The inputs of my fellow councillors are noted. I ask that the report please be noted. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Chairperson Mpolobosha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm asking Councillor to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Recommendations are on pages 38.2 and 39.5. Are the items agreed to? Thank you. Next item.
We are on item 40, which is approval of the protection and security for VIP risk policy within Public Safety Department.
Councillor R. Pelzer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillors, all protocol observed. The upper limits dictates who needs VIP protection. The South African Police Services must then conduct a case-by-case assessment on any and all persons not stated in the upper limits who may need VIP protection. We as the Public Safety Committee scrutinized this report, and I thank the executive for the replacement item. The replacement item addresses my concerns, in example, the financial implications. Of course, there is financial implications. We will approve this replacement report with the added recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pelser. Councillor Moatse, I'm not sure.
Greetings to you, Speaker, the Executive Mayor, Action SA Caucus Leader, fellow councillors, and special greetings goes to the residents of the city of Joburg. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 40, the approval of the protection and security for VIP risk policy within public safety departments. Oops. Speaker, as we all know that the public safety, or rather, let's say the JMPD in particular, derives its mandate from the South African Police Service Amendment Act 83 of 1998, which means any JMPD business conducted should be done cautiously, so bearing in mind the aforementioned Police Act. Let me bring the House up to speed. The department's functions include traffic policing, policing of municipal bylaws and regulations, and the prevention of crime. Providing safety through JMPD is indeed a non-negotiable aspect to this department, hence it boasts components such as the VIP protection services, operational support, government security regulator, and static protection. We also appreciate that the VIP protection is designed to minimize security violations by protecting those identified as being under threat. Let us also not shy away from the fact that policies surrounding this type of commerce are complex by nature. Speaker, protection services doesn't come out cheap, and for such services to be activated, being it by virtue of advancing certain policies or any other means thereof, special requirement must be first be satisfied, with exceptional cases, of course, which I will later come back to. What is important to note is that in terms of the State Security Act, or rather the upper limits thereof, risk analysis should be conducted in order to qualify, amongst others, the political leadership and the public officials with VIP protection services, something that should also be reviewed on an annual basis. And one notes that this report responded well to the same. We also note that there is an exceptional case wherein the executive mayor, the speaker, and the whip may be exempted from the risk analysis exercise. However, all other members must be subjected to a threat and risk analysis to be conducted only by the South African Police Services. This report goes on to point out that there may not be financial implications. While on that, Speaker, I am just being informed that there's probably some changes in terms of what the report earlier on highlighted, and there would have been amendments. But because I was not exposed to the same document that is being currently amended, I'm told, I will then stick to the actual report which I received that never said anything with regard to the cost implications, hence my current input. Speaker, how on earth do you extend services of some sort without incurring any additional cost on operations? We have previously, through Section 79, requested that the cost implications be outlined before this report can be tabled before this Honorable Council, but it is clear that there has been an element of defiance to this reasonable request. Speaker, let's assume that the plan will be to source resources from within the department itself, something that will only put more strain on the already struggling JMPD that often complains about the lack of manpower, your Koinan unit, arms and ammunition, unpaid vehicle license that have always resulted in our fleet being grounded. Having this report claiming that there won't be any cost implications should the VIP protection service be extended to other personnel or any other member deemed to be part of the category referred to in the report, other than the already recommended top three, which is the executive mayor, speaker, and the whip, is far-fetched. To be honest, we find that to be a blare in someone's saddle. Speaker, please don't get us wrong. We clearly understand that there might not be cost implications in simply amending this policy, but we pointed out to the practical exercise that is to follow thereafter. But because the report have made mention of the Municipal Financial Management Act of 2003, that becomes our hope in as far as taking the cost implications into consideration. Action SA notes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maila from the DA.
My Madam Speaker, Your Worship, the Executive Mayor, the leader of the official opposition, esteemed leaders of political parties represented in our council, the Whip of Council, honorable members, the people of Johannesburg, greetings and salutations. In the first instance, allow me to remind you that the very first chapter to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa stipulates that South Africa is one sovereign democratic state founded on such values as the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law. The framers of our Constitution understood that the rule of law must form the bedrock of a fledgling democracy. They knew that it would be impossible practically to build the foundations of a democratic state without adherence to and respect for the rule of law. These forefathers of our constitutional democracy had a full appreciation that the rule of law is the difference between a democratic republic on the one hand and a dictatorship or a kleptocracy on the other. For this reason, they declared, and I quote, "This Constitution is the supreme law of the Republic. Law or conduct inconsistent with it is invalid, and the obligations imposed by it must be fulfilled." Close quote. Madam Speaker, the supremacy of the Constitution means that the lawmaking bodies of our democracy, that is the 257 municipal councils, including this one, the 9 provincial legislatures and the 2 houses of parliament, being the National Council of Provinces and the National Assembly, cannot enact laws that are inconsistent with the Constitution of the Republic. It means no organ of state and no person, natural or juristic, can develop a policy or conduct himself or herself in a manner that is inconsistent or at war with the Constitution of the Republic. The tools of trade for the various categories of councillors in the Republic are determined by law. These tools of trade cannot be allocated to councillors based on what an individual or a group of individuals with an exaggerated sense of self-importance want. They are tools of trade, not symbols of status. In our country, the determination of upper limits of salaries, allowances, and benefits of different members of municipal councils is done through an act of parliament. This law is called Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act 20 of 1998. The minister responsible for cooperative governance and traditional affairs determines the upper limits of salaries, allowances, and benefits of all councillors after consultation with a member of the Executive Council responsible for local government in each province, and after taking into consideration the matters listed in paragraphs A to I of Section 1, subsection 1 of the Act. The current determination of upper limits, which remains of force and effect, was made by Minister Thembisile Phumelele Nkadimeng and proclaimed through Government Gazette number 49142 on August 18, 2023. Madam Speaker, item 15.1g of these upper limits provides that personal security may be extended to the executive mayor, mayor, deputy executive mayor, deputy mayor, speaker, or whip, who shall be entitled only to 2 bodyguards. Importantly, Madam Speaker, it further states that deviation from the norm may only be based on the recommendations of the South African Police Service. Lastly, it is important to mention that the upper limits state that all other councillors may also have personal security extended to them by the municipal council, subject to a threat and risk analysis conducted by the South African Police Service. That's the law as it currently stands. Madam Speaker, this policy on protection and security for VIP risk management system proposed by the Government of Local Unity is a flagrant violation of the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act 1998. It is actually unlawful. Furthermore, the provision of personal security services to the listed political office bearers and officials will have significant financial implications. The expenditure incurred by the city as a result of these additional security services will certainly be unauthorized and or irregular. It is therefore disingenuous, Madam Speaker, to suggest in the presentation of the previous item that there will be no financial implications associable therewith. Madam Speaker, it is worth noting that this item was unanimously rejected before its revision in the Public Safety Portfolio Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 5th of March 2024, which committee meeting I chaired, by the way. All parties, including the African National Congress and its partners in the Government of Local Unity, agreed that the policy should be tailored to be in line with the upper limits for councillors. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, let me refer you to the provisions of Regulation 5, Sub-Regulation 1 of the Code of Conduct for Councillors, Regulations 2023, which deals with voting at meetings. These regulations were promulgated under Section 92 of the Local Government Municipal Structures Act 117 of 1998 as amended, and took effect on the 8th of June 2023. Regulation 5.1 of the Code of Conduct Regulations stipulates as follows, and I quote, "A councillor who votes in favor of or agrees with a proposed resolution that is before the meeting, which conflicts with any legislation applicable to local government, is in breach of the code." Madam Speaker, we note this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zita from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Special greetings to the EFF party leader, Councillor Bapela Surute, EFF councillors, and the rest of the councillors. Speaker, allow me, before I start my speech, by quoting from the report under financial implications. It states, "Financials to be determined after the risk assessment report done by the South African Police Services," close quote. Speaker, today marks a pivotal moment as we gather to ratify and approve the protection and security for VIP risk policy within our esteemed Public Safety Department. This comprehensive policy underscores our unwavering commitment to safeguarding the well-being and security of our distinguished VIPs, ensuring their safety in every aspect. Moreover, Speaker, this policy underscores our unwavering commitment to upholding the highest standard of professionalism, integrity, and discretion in all security operations pertaining to our VIPs. Each member of our team is entrusted with the solemn responsibility of safeguarding the lives and dignity of those who are under our protection, and we shall discharge this duty with utmost diligence and dedication. And in conclusion, Speaker, before the English bites me, in conclusion, I urge each and one of you to wholeheartedly endorse and upload the protection and security for VIP risk policy within our public safety. Together, let us fortify our commitment to excellence in VIP protection, ensuring a safer and more secure environment for all. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Zita. Councillor Mota from the ANC.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings, Executive Mayor. Greetings to Chief Whip, Councillor Zungu. Greetings to our caucus leader, Dada Morera, sweet and short. Greetings to all councillors. Greetings to residents of City of Joburg. Madam Speaker, as ANC, we know this report. Madam Speaker, we know this report as ANC. We know the report and indicate that all VIP that are not covered by the upper limits must have risk assessment conducted by SAPS, such as councillors, all Section 79 chairpersons. Madam Speaker, should we look at this? Therefore, we know this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mota. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings again. Councillor Mota, your point is noted. And Councillor Zita, thank you for reiterating the point that the financial implications will be determined after the risk assessment report is done. It is there in the report. I did indicate, Madam Speaker, on record that there is a replacement item. It's unfortunate that Councillor Maila and Councillor of Action SA, Councillor Moatse, did not hear me and therefore did not go through the replacement item. But it's important that I respond to the following points, Madam Speaker, particularly in line with the Constitution and the points on the Government Gazette that were raised by Councillor Maila. Councillor Maila, you've responded, through you, Madam Speaker, he has responded to the first point when he says, as enacted by the Minister of Kokta Tembing Kadimeng, correctly so, if you fall outside, therefore, you must be subjected to an assessment, and the assessment must be done by the South African Police Service. That is listed on recommendation 2 in the report, Madam Speaker. Secondly, there are financial implications, but we can't determine the financial implications because we don't know what the threat assessment is going to say on the executive mayor. That's why the threat assessment will then guide. Do you need one vehicle? Do you need 2 vehicles? And what then becomes the cost on the fleet and on the personnel that must then look after that particular principle? Madam Speaker, this is actually it's not inconsistent with the law, because the law does allow an organ of state, as long as you follow the prescripts as listed in the actual gazette, which we are following as this council. And we have included even the concern as it relates to the part that says we must subject this to the compliance with the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act 1998, Act number 20 of 1998, referred to in section 15G. It is in the recommendations of the report. Precisely what Councillor Maila said is not in the report. And lastly, the beneficiary or recipient of this particular service must be subjected to the threat and risk analysis that is to be conducted by the South African Police Service. Therefore, it responds to both the Action SA SA councillor and Councillor Maila. Hence, the councillor from Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Peltzer, would have then said he notes it based on the recommendations that we indicated as the executive as a replacement item. We ask council to approve this policy, and this policy is not a policy for us, it's a policy that will be there regardless who the government of the day is. So it's not about glue, it's about the councillors of the city of Johannesburg, whoever will be the government of the day then. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations is on page 40.6. Is the item agreed to? Is the item agreed to? Okay, we will check who says what. Those in agreement, can I have the hands?
Remember, if anything does happen to your councillors, you won't get this protection, eh?
Only thieves need protection.
Can the yeses lower their hands? Can we see those who say no? The noes can lower their hands. Can I have those that abstain? No one abstains? Am I right? There's no one that abstains? Okay. There's no one that abstains. There's 68 for no, and there's 126 for yes. The item is carried. Councillor Knott.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. We would like our dissent noted on the record in terms of Rule 84, and we would like it noted that a councillor is exonerated from liability only if they have requested that their vote be registered against an illegal, unlawful decision or resolution of council, and that is contrary to any law, regulation, or the rules and orders of council, and that is in line with the Concord.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. The Concord precedents, as well as provincial legislation that was passed very recently. If we can please have that dissent noted on the record as such. Thank you.
There's a hand at the back. Councillor, if I can recall, it's Coverdale.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Action SA would also like you to record the dissent in this.
Thank you, Councillor.
Item. Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to. Where's the hand? Councillor Mosetla.
Thank you, Speaker. I think Councillor Rasirute earlier on gave direction on what needs to happen. You are allowing the DA councillor to debate an item that has been closed. They participated, they voted against the item, and when they are done, they want to abstain from participation of on the item. Please, let's not waste time of the council.
I shouldn't have allowed you. Thank you. Councillors, it's fine. We are going to break for lunch, and we are going to come back at 2:20. Councillor Mosetla. Councillor Mosetla. Can you come? councillors, it's 3 o'clock. Can we get seated? Can we get seated? Can we be seated, please, councillors? Councillor Bapela. Councillor Museka. Councillor Abdul. Thank you, councillors. I'm certain that we are all back. If there's anybody outside, they should be coming in. I believe the WOPs had a meeting. Lebatlang. Councillor Zek Lebatlang. You'll
Speaker,
visit me on
don't
Monday.
worry. Must just smile. Speaker, can we please have a 10 minutes caucus break? Thank you.
Okay, Action Essay. It's okay. You can have 10 minutes. 3:05, you back. Leader of the DA.
Madam Speaker, we also need a, sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The DA is also requesting a 10 to 15 minutes caucus break, please.
So let's make it 15 minutes. Were there 10 minutes? We give you 5 minutes. So it's 15 minutes so that we'll be back. We are so way into the day and we haven't done any work. No, I'm not. I'm just saying. I said we. I included myself. Thanks, councillors. There's a 15-minute caucus break. We'll be back until 3:15. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Zach. Thank you, councillors. Can we be seated? We had the Action SA caucus asking for a break, as well as the DA caucus. Can we please report back? Action SA first, and then we'll have the DA report back. Councillor Lebatang, we are waiting. IT, can we check the mic? Yes, okay.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. As Action SA, we have discussed with our caucus. The only thing that we would like to request is that for item for item 3 on debate on the matter of urgent public importance on the water crisis to be elevated once upon we have confirmed whether we are coordinating to proceed with the meeting. Thank you very much.
The DA caucus.
Madam Speaker, thank you. We are ready to proceed. I just want to raise a point of, to raise something concerning the rules. But we're ready to proceed. We will raise it, the WOP will raise the issue afterwards. Thanks.
Thank you to the DA as well as to Action SA. Okay, so Action SA says they want to have motion number 3 lifted, and the DA says they are ready to proceed. And the WIP is standing up, and Councillor Nott's hand is up. I don't know. Councillor Nott.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Sorry, it's been a long week. We're in election mode. From the DA's side, we are in agreement as per the WIP's meeting with the Chief Whip's suggestion. I think there was a suggestion for us to defer the items to the next council meeting, with the exception of, and to suspend the Section 79 committees as well as the council meetings prior to the election, with except for the SOCA and the budget speeches and debates. We would support that, with the exception of the Section 79 sitting to discuss the tariffs, because that is part of the IDP process, so it would need to happen in order for the budget process to happen. We do not support an elevation of items at this time. Any elevation of items should have been done by the executive at the beginning of this meeting. We have set precedents in this House that elevation cannot happen sort of mid-meeting or towards the end. If we're going to close, we close. Otherwise, if we're going to proceed, we proceed with the next item on the agenda. But again, we have given our apology to leave by 4 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, so are you saying that you've given an apology that your caucus will leave at 4, as well as the IFP has given the apology that they will leave at 4. Chief Whip?
No, thanks, Speaker. We met as the whips, and I think we agreed that we are going to suspend this meeting until our next sitting. Councillor is spot on in terms of the elevation. More so, the MMC is not even here to even listen to that debate. But I think we agreed as the whips, majority of us. Even Action SA agreed. So I think we should be fine that this meeting is closed until our next sitting. Thanks, Speaker.
Thank you, Chief Whip. I think we've heard from the Chief Whip, that there was a proposal, Councillors, action essay. There was a discussion amongst the whips that we suspend today's sitting and that we only come back on the 2nd and the 3rd for the soccer and the debate on the 3rd, and then we come back for the budget on the 14th and on the 15th, and that will come back after because our next meeting should be on the 29th of May, which we can't have. So we'll then come back after May. And we've heard what the whip of the DA has requested, that section 79 that sits for the tariffs, they have agreed on that in the whippery. And I think we will then suspend, and we will then write out the notice to everybody. So this meeting is adjourned.